Hello, hello. Welcome to this stream. Tonight we're going to be doing some Crystalline Conflict, where we're going to be climbing from the very bottom of the ranked ladder. Comically, on the first season I got all the way to Crystal. Funny story is that if you don't play at all in a season of PvP, then you get dropped back down to bronze. So yes, that makes it a little bit awkward. So we have to get back up as far as we can. I'm not going to assume that I can get super high necessarily, but we did get to Crystal previously, and we're going to be playing primarily as Red Mage because that's what I have the most experience with in PvP. Well, nothing to it other than starting immediately. And then we'll see how long it'll take to get into a match. Oh, that was pretty quick. The classic arena to start with. And we have a silver 3. And they have a silver 3. See, I do believe indeed that I have a slightly more optimized setup for Crystalline Conflict. I have a feeling that it might be better if I don't try to make a lot of calls, because I don't know how things might have changed since season 1. Besides, I was never that great, like that much of a leader in PvP to make the calls or anything. I prefer if someone else makes the calls, then I'll just follow their lead. Oh, are we going with the backstab move? Is that what we're doing? Oh, that healer's way out of position. We are also way out of position. Okay, seems we got 2 of them. It's an excellent start. That doesn't mean the battle is over at all. I'm very surprised that I'm taking very little damage. I'm guessing the enemies are not super focused on me specifically. Oh, that must be awkward. The stun and the snare right at the end, so they just had to watch. That was a great start. And then now we have the opportunity to very quickly, immediately lose our progress now. And we have a gold this time. Does that mean the enemy also has a gold? Yes. Yes, it does. And our team is the only one with a tank, and their team is the only one with a healer. That's interesting. Preferably, if we can, I like to focus on the summoner or the sage. I would say also the machinist, but because of their specific toolkit, it kind of hard counters the opportunity for a red mage to just dash up to them and smack them. Don't really want to mess with that. Uh-oh. We need to survive for a little bit. Yeah, that dot means you were already dead when you started guarding. Now the question is whether they can turn it around again. They might. We just turned it around. I kind of wasted my limit break there. Oh, there was a machinist limit break coming out of nowhere. But I do think we might be in the better position, possibly? Possibly. We're a little spread out. Take the shortest path in. Alright. I think we're in a very good spot right now. Maybe. I hope he's gonna make that because I can't help him. Now I can help him. Oh, that was so close. So close. And now we're in a bad spot. I really hoped that I could spook them with the red mage limit break. It just didn't do quite the amount of damage that I had expected. No, that's really, really unwise. Hmm, 20 seconds. Where's the crystal? Why is it all the way over there? I guess the Dark Knight had a really good idea after all. Do we win? Oh yeah. That was an interesting match. A little bit of back and forth. And we continue. Yep. And then we get the third match. Hey Ralu, how are you doing? So far I've had 2 wins. One really decisive victory, and then one that was won on the overtime. And we have a gold again. Yeah, really driving it home in bronze 3. Let's see if we can get to like silver. Oh, that was the Reaper on my team last time, and I think it's also the Summoner that was on my team last time. And now it's no healer match. So a little piece of advice is, if you get high in ranked and you don't want to lose that, make sure to play a little bit in the season that follows, otherwise you just lose everything. I think I could have stayed in like diamond or gold if all I had done was just play a single match. But I didn't play a single match in the last season. In my defense, I played an absurd amount in the first season, in my opinion. This is an interesting strategy my team is going for. It appears that it worked. I actually wanted to switch targets there, but seems that it works out. Nope. Bye. I'ma head out real quick. Ow. It is a little bit more organized than quick play, just because everyone in the match is going to try their hardest. It is ranked, but it is still bronze. Hello, Black Mage. Oh, he can't use guard. Awkward. Hey Andromeda, how are you doing? Looks like we're winning our third match in a row. Streak bonus! That's really nice. You got to the 6th Ruby Glow, but it's such a pain to keep the tanks alive. Oh, are they taking a lot more damage? Do you remember to use the... what's it called? The one that makes it so that your Cardia heals for more. It's not like it's going to be like a massive difference, but it helps a little bit if you're not using it already. But yeah, I have noticed that Proto Carbuncle hits like a truck. Is he unranked? Yeah, Soteria, exactly. Yeah, it isn't 6th Ruby Glow, isn't that the last one? I'm pretty sure that's the very last one, so you're really close, right? Oh, I would have preferred to have a tank. Yeah, I've heard a little bit that this raid tier hits like surprisingly hard. Like people have been making memes about healers that refuse to cast heals, you know, regular heals. So maybe there is something to it about casting heals may be necessary. Okay, we need to deal with their opener because they have the best engage. That was so free. The Black Mage just ran up like he had nothing to lose. Okay, I'm dead. Maybe? Okay, I'm not dead somehow. Oh, dang it. I tried to steal it. I somehow made it to possibly safety. That was a bad choice from me. Oh dear. I really thought that I could get the jump on the white mage, but it seems that they got their heal through. I don't know if I'm scared of the summoner specifically. They're not as threatening in Crystalline Conflict, I don't think. Ah, I need to be more confident in using defensive combos. I keep using the black magic version, and then get chunked because I'm getting focused. Yeah, you got teabagged by cat girl summon and you still won. Well, I mean, they're just showing off bad sportsmanship. That's really what's happening there. Okay, it looks like we might be able to turn this around. Uh-oh. I can't see anything. Oh, there was the samurai limit break. How many did they get? Oh, switch. Oh, where's the crystal? It's there. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. That's terrible. Ugh. Red Mage, Ralo, you should... Red Mage is the fake ranged, while Ninja is the fake melee of PvP. Red Mage spends a lot more time going into melee range using their melee combo. Basically what you have to think about is that the black magic version of your melee combo does a huge amount of damage. It like almost does double the damage of the white magic version. And then you just have to plan it around the white magic silence. Oh, we won! Excellent! I'm pretty sure that was because of the Sage limit break. Let's see. Andromeda says, and even so your friend sent you logs of white mages and sages and their timeline, and they don't really use GCD heals that much either. Well, you don't have to worry that much about what other people do, Andromeda. What you need to worry about is what works for you. If your party is doing enough DPS that you should be able to make the enrage, then it doesn't matter. Like, if you need to do a little bit of manual healing to make it work, then I would say that that's fine. Some things you could do to get like a little bit extra off is when Protocarbuncle is untargetable, like in the Devour mechanic, you can spend the time putting up some shields if you have the overview to do that while dealing with the jumps. But otherwise, I don't know. My best suggestion would be check if you're like if you have been using all of your healing tools. Is there anything you've missed, like that you haven't been using? And yeah, exactly, Ralu. The trick is that the shield on the melee combo is 6,000 per attack, and the damage over time effect is also 6,000 per attack. So you basically choose whether you want to subtract 6,000 damage from the damage you're taking, or you want to add 6,000 damage to the damage you're dealing. Another trick, which is not obvious at all, is that damage over time effects snapshot. And what that means is that if I use my melee combo in the black magic variant on someone, so I apply the dots and then they use guard, then my dot will still do the full damage, which is going to be like, if it's the full melee combo, it's going to do like 18,000 damage. And usually people will click the guard when that's too much. So it's complicated yet simple. Like, you don't have that much to work with, because it's pretty much you have the shield or damage bonus in the magic barrier or frazzle, and then you have your laser beam that is either a silence or a bind, and then you have your melee combo, and beyond that it's just using your singular spell Like, one trick you can do is cast the stone or the fire and then just hang out for a little bit, because you can keep the second cast for like 15 seconds, I think. Oh, I am the dance partner. Cool. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I do believe that's the samurai that I've been seeing just going in with no fear recently. Are you sure that's a good choice? Yeah, I didn't think so. Ooh, I didn't like that I had to save them with my engage tool. Oh, I think I'm getting a little bit focused, maybe? Surprise! Oh, there's the Reaper limit break. I'm in trouble. I'm in danger. Why? Oh dear. Can I bait them away? Then that would be convenient. I cannot. They didn't see me. Which is also kind of fine. I'll come back in full. Yeah, I'll just come back for you. And there's the summoner. We actually don't need to be super focused on beating him. It would actually be better if they die slowly. Yeah, that's way too slow, mate. Scared of Reaper and Gunbreaker limit breaks. The Reaper one is not that scary. It's much like the big advantage of the Reaper limit break is the it's the fear part, because it gives you a lot of like battle control. But if you don't use it correctly, then it's not that scary. You get it surprisingly often if you're good at playing Reaper, but if you're not, then it's not that scary. Gunbreaker, I don't see that many Gunbreakers doing much. The thing is, with the Gunbreaker limit break, I believe it doesn't make you immune to crowd control. So if you just crowd control them back, then they might be stuck or stunned, and then they lose out on the second part of the limit break, which is the 3-second AoE stun. So either they have to like end it early, or risk me hitting them back. And the thing is that I have a silence on speed dial, so I'll just do that. So like, there's not like anything that I'm particularly afraid of. I don't really like dealing with black mages, because if they don't get focused, you can lose really fast. Did we lose Andromeda, by the way? This might be the one where we get to silver. And my target was to at least reach silver, and we might get it in the first half hour. Oh, okay, you're still here, Andromeda. I just got curious because you went completely silent, but that's okay. You don't have to be super active in the chat. Yeah, it might be a good idea to like coordinate with your co-healer. Maybe you can both figure out if there's something you're missing. But I will say that as long as you make the enrage, it is really fine. Like, you don't have to be attacking 100% of the time you could attack. Oh, okay, you're just going in? Is that the best choice? Let's see. Well, I feel like we have a red mage. That's actually something I'm a little bit afraid of. More importantly, I'm afraid of it when we have someone that just dives in and dies. Yeah, that's it. Go in and block everything. Yeah, the thing is that works, but only if your opponent doesn't expect it. I don't know if people expect it in bronze. I haven't had to get technical enough yet to consider that. But given that our team just, like, basically I believe our Dragoon just went in. Oh, see, he's baiting. Exactly like you said. Oh dear. Yep. That was a loss. That was a very decisive loss. That's fair. I feel like we had a little bit of trouble when someone in our team just ran in without the rest of the team to back him up. I'm guessing that from his perspective, we're the wrong ones in the wrong because we didn't, like, back him up, right? Which makes sense, but we're playing 5 randoms. You have to play around assuming that your party isn't with you. You have to see them run with you for it to matter. Hey Pokeshack, you have returned from the mortal realm to reach the pink realm. Hey Pokeshack, I'm good. We just had our first loss of the evening. Hopefully that doesn't turn into a lose streak. Sounds like you're in a good mood. But Rallo, it's a good suggestion with the run in and block. The problem is that I think Red Mage might be a bit too squishy to take that chance. The thing is that if you're a job that people wouldn't want to focus, then you can bait them to focus you anyway, and then when they realize that your guard is up, then they might not choose to continue focusing you when the guard ends because someone else is a higher ticket target. Red Mage is one of the high ticket targets that people would wish did that, as far as I know. Like, they would really appreciate if I went in first, which is why I don't. Oh, we have a perfect legend here. No, Pokeshack, we lost before you came, so you didn't bring any bad luck. Besides, I wouldn't blame it on you guys if I lost a match. That is never you guys' fault. Who knows, maybe we win again and then we could say that you brought good luck. Alright, there's no red mage on the enemy team this time. I'm glad to hear that, Pokeshack. The Perfect Legend title is, I believe, one of the titles that you get for doing ultimates. You know, the hardest encounters in the game. I can't remember if it's for 1 or 2. But it does mean that they have been doing a lot of raiding, that's for certain. Oh, please don't just run in. See, now I'm doing the reverse nuke. because I used the defensive combo, so anyone that tried to deny me would have found that they didn't do very much damage. Oh, I should have been more aware of where my tap target went. I'll continue pushing the crystal. But you shouldn't want to 1v1 me, bro. You should really not want to do that. Oh, I have to be really aware right now that the monk is possibly out to get me in particular. Oh, Dragoon limit break. Run, 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 run. How long can I stay on this? I feel like I'm completely alone. And the white mage did not catch the memo that I was gonna run. I'm taking your potion. And then we go with the defensive combo this time. And the guard. Target swap. And there's the insta-kill. Guess he didn't see that one coming. How many do they have? Okay, I should be ready to snare him. Excellent. Can't see anything. Okay, we got him. Let's see. What would you say is more complete? That title or I would say that the legend titles might be harder to get, but I would say that they're hard in each their own way, so I wouldn't want to put them up against each other. I would say they're hard in each their own way. Rado says, you see the aggro part for some reason when you play monk. You have the enemy team trying to murder you like a lemonade drink. Yeah, exactly. Did you do the defensive combo making a prediction? Yeah, exactly. The thing is that if you're going in and everyone is in range to hit you, you being a red mage, or me being a red mage, means that my health bar is smaller, and in lower ranks, like those might be one of the reasons why people would focus you in particular. Just because, well, your health bar is smaller, so maybe you die quicker, or your icon is not blue, and things like that. So I sort of assume that. I, lucky guess, managed to get that safely. Like, if I don't need the black magic damage to get the kill, then it would generally be safer to just go with the defensive one, because that means I have the shield to get away with. Yeah, I noticed in hallway 1. Someone lost their potion. The pink dragon stole it. Yeah, that is also a strategy. I do believe that I talk a little bit about these different tricks in my PvP guide, but it's like very, very vaguely, because it's difficult to cover everything, and also because PvP is very case by case. Like, you don't know exactly what you need to do when each individual fight is its own. But the stealing a potion, you also have to only do it if you're really confident that you can get it. Because if you miss, then you're probably in a much worse position for your team. You will be... Would you join a PvP team? Maybe? But I don't believe that Crystalline Conflict yet allows for a pre-made team in ranked queue. Only for like tournament play, and I don't know if that's something that I would enjoy. Hey, Jerry Jeter. That's a nice name. How are you doing? Okay, let's see. Oh, the healers just exchanged blood lilies. Oh, we roll it back. Let's see. I think the enemy might be interested in focusing me specifically. Oh, that was a little quick. I'm doing well, Chair Eater. I'm almost in silver again. But that depends on whether we win this match specifically. Hey, Bao! Thank you! Let's see. This is when I should just run completely alone. This is not the time you want the enemy to catch me. Let's see. Ow. Oh no. Now I'll take the long way around and let's see if we can use the sword combo on there. I don't have anything left. I used every single tool I had to heal myself. And I don't think our two people here can get it. Or maybe they can. If they can hold them back until we all are alive, then we might be able to turn this around. There's a really long way back for the enemy if we can do that. But it looks like this is the end. Maybe not. Okay, we got another one. Oh, don't leave the thing. That's as close as it can possibly get. Yeah, white mode is surprisingly strong when you really need it, but now we're in the position where 4 of the enemies have limit breaks and we have 2. So now we have to watch really carefully for the Dragoon limit. Oh, there it is. Run. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Where are the enemies? Why are the enemies in our base? What are they doing there? Got him. Back to the point. Oh, switch. And switch. Oh no. We've switched it on them. I think we actually were ahead in this very last moment, so the game is forcing us to be ahead for a moment to be able to win. Did we get it? Finally! Wow. Wow. That was crazy. And that was a bronze match still, at least for me. Yeah, white mode really seems to be carrying a lot. That is when it gets the most exciting, when you're just on the cusp like that. But it was very interesting that when we were in the losing situation, it was nearly impossible to get a foothold. But then when we switched it, they couldn't, even when they were all there. They had a hard time actually getting us. Yeah, magic barrier, like I would say almost that the defensive magic barrier might well often be more helpful than Frazzle, but it really depends on the situation, and it is much easier to gauge when Frazzle is useful, since you'll use it just before you attack. I think was that the Black Mage in the last one? I'm not sure. But now we have a tank. I prefer having a tank, because then I don't have to worry about me making anything like an opening statement right at the start. But sometimes, like, any composition works, it's just I prefer having a tank. As long as the tank doesn't just go in like all Unga Bunga and get themselves killed. Oh no. Oh boy, that was a lot of damage. Oh, I had nothing left and just really wanted to get away, but I had to stay to use my Beholy, otherwise I wouldn't have health to get away. Oh, they got the ninja. It wasn't Dunka Bunka, but the warrior did die first. I see, I didn't actually notice. I was very focused on my own thing. Thank you for the summary on that one. Oh, shield up. Oh boy. That's a good reminder that the machinist drill breaks through shield, breaks through guard. Ow. I completely forgot about that. I was probably dead at that point anyway, but... Thank you, Bao. Have a good day to you too. Oh. I think we managed to do something about the Sage's limit break there. Okay, they're both guarding. That makes it a little difficult for me. What stunned me? Oh, ninja. The dots on. Oh, we need to push the crystal. Ah, ninja limit break. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do in this situation. We've been in a losing battle the entire match, and going in 4v5 like this does not help us. Oh man, that clip really broke me there. I would have gotten that potion, but I clipped through the wall instead for some reason. The Black Mage appears to like spamming the chat with a lot of things. That's not super helpful. You know the type. The kind of person that goes, good job when you wipe. Oh. Well, we have capped wolf marks. We need to buy something after this. Yeah. I'm sure you guys saw it too. I literally flipped through the potion and it just didn't give it to me. Very sad. Was someone named Badge Muncher? Badger Muncher. Oh no, I think that's supposed to be a no-no word. Buy the bonk blade of the gunbreaker is a fun weapon. I think there was a mount you can buy for 20,000, so I'm gonna get that one. Oh, there's a dragoon spear coming in. Got him. And the potion. Oh, where's the crystal? Over there. Here we go with the magic barrier for the defense and the silence here. Oh, there's a guard. Switch to the machinist. I'm gonna guard up. I feel like something's coming to me now. Oh. Was that the chainsaw proc? I think that was the chainsaw proc. 3% chance to do nearly a one-shot. Okay, it's a 3v2 right now. Oh no 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 no. You can forget about that one. I don't want to play. I got someone. Ah. Is Red Mage the only class you're gonna to top 500 rank with? I don't know if I'll get to top 500, but we'll see how high we can rank. But I'm probably only going to be playing Red Mage for the most part. It's a bad idea to like rank up a lot and then suddenly change, because then you have to relearn that job instead. Yoink. Well, I got what I came for. Hello there! Hello, good sir. Missed me? I'm gonna run back to my team. Ow. Oh, did he use? He's not used Limit Break. Okay, we need to really focus on what we're gonna do right now. Because we're completely out of position, I think. And we're one person down. Are we winning this exchange somehow? Why didn't I get it? That made no sense. Oh, we're losing right now. I have nothing left. And there's the Dragoon Limit Break that he'd been sitting on for so long. When that one's maxed, we lose. And they're 5 and we're 2. Well, it doesn't have to max. It has to max and then we have to step off of it. And that happens right about now, I think. Yep. I felt like that was really going so well too. But now we're on a losing streak. Now we buy mount. Oh well, I think it was still an entertaining match. Let's see. You can get haunts. Or you can get the Magitech Sky Armor. You might have to sue your teammates for that. Nah, I don't think that I was playing perfect myself necessarily. Oh, that one. But generally, the main interest for me in doing Crystalline Conflict is more so in the series leveling for all those specific rewards. And if we get all of those, like get the full list before reaching Crystal, then I don't really care that much. I care more about playing Crystalline Conflict in a way that's an interesting outfit. In a way where you get matched with equal opponents, and the best way to do that is to play ranked. Oh, there's a paladin. I think that's the first paladin for tonight. Paladins can be really hard to play around because they're a little awkward. They really can slow the fight down to a crawl sometimes by just giving healing out in a way. At least this isn't frontline, where paladins have some of the most annoying gimmicks. And we don't even have a tank, we're just 5 damage. Not super hyped about that. Where they go? Oh, they're coming in from behind. Oh. Oh, where's the machinist? Ah, my combo ran out. And someone's saying push the crystal. That is actually a reasonable point. Why is he using guard like that? Oh! That was a perfectly timed guard. Okay, I'll just push the crystal then. I don't care. If you're going to go 500 miles away from the battle on the crystal, then I'll just push the crystal. I don't know if my party is gonna be fine. Go on, Mr. Machinist. I don't know why I'm solo pushing the crystal when I'm the melee. Ah, the drill through the guard. So Pokeshack, the gimmick is that while I don't believe Paladin can immune getting stopped while taking a point in the front line, when like those points where you have to actively like use them to progress them. A paladin can't stop themselves from being halted by taking damage, even though they're invulnerable. They can use cover to make someone else completely unstoppable taking it, and that is the gimmick. This is extremely confusing. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Well, I got him. And him. Oh, the red mage is over there. Well, I won in the red mage exchange. I mean, you can chase me all the way to my base if you want. Are you sure that was the best move, mate? I don't know why he keeps wanting to 1v1 me. Why? Why? Why did we have to do that? Okay, so Pokeshag, you asked how to customize the portraits. Let's do that. So if you click character here, right? You have portraits. It appears that before the rework or the true release of the system, it worked a little different. But it appears that each of your gear sets, so these, have their own portrait that matches it. So if you make a gear set for a job that you're going to PvP with and open portraits, and then you just go to it, like choose it and click edit, then you get in here and then you can do all the customization you want. And the one thing you need to be aware is make sure to use as instant portrait. That's what makes it so that it's your portrait when you enter Crystalline Conflict. For instance, we've heard rumors that perhaps, possibly, maybe we're going to enter dungeons in the near future, and it's going to show your portrait if you have one. But a lot of people don't bother because, I mean, I guess this is fine. It's very intimidating. But generally, like, I like to have a few. Some of the jobs that I've played a little bit of PvP with will have one. Like, I like this one. But I barely played Reaper in PvP. Yeah, so if you set your portrait before 6.2, then it worked differently. Like, you had to like right-click and choose that you wanted to use it as instant portrait, and if you changed anything about your gear, you had to refresh it, and I think that might still be the case. But I'm not entirely clear on that. I have only touched this one portrait since 6.2. I changed this from something else because I felt this was a lot more fitting, and before 6.2 you could not use the Eureka emote for the portrait. There was only like the bare basic emotes available. But now Eureka is on the list. At least for me. How far are we on the track, by the way? Ooh, we can have an emote. Okay, I guess we have to take them in order. Ah, okay, you forgot to toggle the instant portrait. Well, now you know. I think it's a lot of fun to have these. Does that mean, Rallo, that often in NA PvP matches there's a lot more that don't customize their portraits? Is that what you were referring to when you said that Europe has more customized adventure plates than NA? He just covered his face. That's pretty good. The unranked white mage. it's interesting how we have a lot of repeating names. Like, it makes sense that we would have that. Because we're all in the same, like, tier. But I remember when I was doing Season 1, I would, like, rank up over days and weeks, and I would still see a lot of repeating names. Like, I would see the same people climbing alongside me in a way. That was really funny. Okay, a lot of players are keeping the basic one. I see. Max. So, oh, that's the samurai we've seen before. So what are we going to do, guys? Show me how it's done. Oh, which way do you want? Like, we have to make a choice, like, right about now. Oh, and that choice should not be the samurai. Do they have a machinist? No, they don't. Now it can be the samurai. Maybe it shouldn't be the samurai now. What? That was very sudden. And that was not such a good start, I don't think. I didn't see the ninja's attack coming. It just dunked me out of nowhere. That samurai is really getting a lot of mileage out of potions. Another one. Looks like he missed that one. Oh no. I need to play more carefully or more defensively. It seems like both the ninja and the monk has me in their sights. Every time I try to do anything, they're on me. It seems they're spending all of their resources on me specifically too, given how I die instantly and then my party just hangs out. The crystal is all the way over there. Well, we're switching to white mode. Okay, we need to be careful. The monk has limit break ready, and then he might have someone specific in mind. Something is coming. Oh, we won! What does Red Mage ult do? So it does a cross. Let me just get out of the match and let's look at the tooltip together so I can explain it perfectly. So it does a cross, where the center of the cross is who you're targeting. And both of the crosses do 6,000 damage and 6,000 healing at the same time, which means that right in the focus in the middle, like right in the center of the cross, it does 12,000 because it, does it twice. And the type that you are focused on is doubled. Which means that if you're in white mode, the center of the cross heals for 24,000. And if you're in black mode, the center of the cross deals 24,000. Which means that if, for instance, I dash into my party and use Magic Barrier to increase healing by 20%, and then drop Southern Cross on me, and people are stacked on me, then we're all getting like 29,000 healing. I don't know if it has a fireball in the middle, but it might be difficult to tell the difference because normally the way that red mages optimize it, I can probably show you that, but we'll have to party with this striking dummy for a little bit to build the limit break. Yeah, I'll just hang out with the in combat. I'll show you. So, I'll show you the biggest burst combo the red mage has. We just need the limit break first. Imagine having a button to just activate it for practicing purposes. That would be nice. And I don't think we can charge it any faster by doing anything. So, just to prime you for what's gonna happen is that the biggest like single target burst and somewhat area of effect burst the red mage has is switching to black mode and then using the 1, 2, 3 combo, which will do 6, 7, and 8,000 damage. And if you're in the black mode, they will each apply a dot that does 6,000 damage over 6 seconds, meaning that you will do about 21,000 plus 18,000 damage, so 39,000 damage. And then you get access to a flare, which does 12,000. But if you use displacement just before it, then it'll do 20% more. Which means that it's gonna do 14,400. And if you make sure that Frazzle is up, then it's gonna do 10% more than that, so you're closer to like 16,000, and that technically also applies to the melee combo. But now, the last part of this combo is mainly AoE, because the flare is an area of effect, and Southern Cross is an area of effect. So let me just demonstrate how it's gonna look. And actually, I think it's better to demonstrate it on this striking dummy, because it's like between another one. So you go in, like, in 1, Frazzle, 2, 3, jump away, and then flare, cross. And that's why you might see the fireball in the middle, because a red mage that is ready for it will make sure that the flare and the cross appears at the same time. Because that means that instead of doing 12,000 and 24,000, it feels more like you're doing 36,000 in an extremely close area of effect. But that's still big enough that anyone, like if you centered your target on someone standing on the crystal, then your double cross, or your southern cross, and your flare should hit everyone that is in the crystal area, so you can force people out or kill them. The fact that the area of effect is so small, where the main damage is concentrated, because southern cross, the center of the cross, is really, really small. But the fact that it is so small means that red mage has extremely good synergy with jobs that can force people to be in the position that you need them to be. Namely, I would say Dancer is probably the best one at doing that. Dark Knight also has something, because they can use Salted Earth to pull people in. And do anyone else? Oh yeah, Summon also has their Mountain Buster to do the same thing. But yeah, you would like jobs on your party that can force people to stack up real close. Like if you can have a Sage use their limit break so that people have to stack in on that tiny that tiny circle on what's it called, mitosis, then you're in really good shape. Because you just get like a targeting reticle that you can focus on. Does that make sense, Pokeshack? And Ralu, since you both a little bit asked. But the trick is that you combine the flare and the cross to get the most benefit out of both. Like you stack them together to get even more damage. Like that's also how, for instance, Monk gets their insta-kill with Meteor Drive, is that they stack like 2 other things in the same instant, because for some reason your limit break is not on the global cooldown. For some reason. Oh yeah, we should, we had some rewards to claim. Wow, trophy crystals. I have most of the things that are worth getting with trophy crystals, which is why I'm not that impressed. Taking sides. Let's see, what is that emote? Spirit. That's pretty good. That reminds me of like NPCs cheering on the edge of a brawl or something. I think most of the remaining rewards are minions and a mount, something like that. Pink Dragon incites fights on top of the Wolven PS ship. Yeah. Fight! 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 Now, who knows if we're gonna reach silver this time? About 40 minutes ago, we were really close. Now, will we reach it now? Let's see, so we have a sage and we have a reaper. And we have a bard in underpants. Great. I think the monk has some of the recent raid, the new raid tier gear. Pretty sure that's what that's from. And the enemy is the only one with a tank, so we have to figure out how to play around that. Are you sure we're gonna do this? You sure you want to do that? I'm not super keen on this strategy. I've never seen it work out that well. Not even less so when we split it up like this. Well, it ended up going kinda decently. But I think it was more luck that the enemy got so confused. Wait, we need to get on the crystal. Oop. And the white mage is over there. Okay, I have nothing left. Am I alone here? I think I'm alone here. Wait, why am I not being attacked? Are they so intimidated by me just T-posing on the crystal that they forgot that I'm an enemy? Okay, we would prefer to spread a little bit right now. Uh-oh. Oh no. I realized my mistake one moment too late. The classic, the samurai running in with their defensive up and then just limit breaking everyone. That was not good. That samurai just keeps getting away with this extremely mean strategy of just dashing for the enemy's potions and messing you up through it. Like, the worst part is that I've had enough matches with that specific samurai now that I know that it's their strategy. That's what they do. They run in and bait you to chase them, and then they'll steal your potions. Which is why I'm running for my potion right about now. Because I know that's what they were gonna go for. And now they're going for the other potion. You can forget about it, buddy. No chance I'm chasing you all that way. I'm not interested. Oh! God. Switch to the warrior. Oh! Dragoon. The machinist stood there and didn't realize that we're gonna lose. We reached silver! In a streak bonus! If instead of a bard it was a samurai, it would be a combination of Endwalker and Shadowbringer classes, because the Red Mage and Samurai are from Stormblood and the Monk appears in the... Oh yeah, that's true! I fear no man, but that thing... It scares me. It's just small dragon guy T-posing in a hallway. And I think we got another series reward. More trophy crystal. Let's see, there's a framer, 2 minions, another framer, a mount, and then just a lot of crystals. And I genuinely don't really have much I can use it for. Well, now the question is, can we reach gold tonight? Maybe we can. So the primary thing you can buy with the crystals are framer kits, which are things for your portraits and your adventure plate. And most of them are job styled. So there's a vendor right here. So you can buy these framer kits, and there's also a barding and a minion and this and that. You can also buy level 60 job gear that can be dyed, and their default coloring is different. Oh, we have a new map. Just about right. We've been on it for 1.5 hours. What's happening? Oh, he's sideways. But yeah, the thing is, I have all of those framers. Every single one. And the outfits are not something that I was that interested in the first place. So I have pretty much everything you can buy for the crystals. And the reason I have all that is because in the first season I bought all of that Makai outfit stuff that this special event stuff. Bought every single piece because I thought there was a chance that it was a limited event. But so far the event is still ongoing after this is season 3. I think it wasn't a purple sniper, it was just that there was a spell effect on them that made their red outfit look purple. I'm gonna go over here now. It's really awkward as a red mage when you just barely don't have the damage to finish someone off. You just stand there like, I can cast a spell for 5 seconds almost, it feels like. I'm gonna use my elixir and bait you guys to take a risk. Where's the enemy? What the? Where are they? Where was the enemy? Was the enemy just fighting something like fighting our machinist or something like 5 miles away? I think it was our machinist. Okay, so you can buy these weapons. For instance, I don't remember if they're anything special. They do look nice. They're just very simple. It was just the enemy just decided that they weren't gonna fight. It felt like. Whoops. But yeah, there was a hypothesis that there would be more stuff you could buy with the trophy crystals in the later seasons, but so far they haven't added anything, which is why I'm in a position where I don't have anything to spend it on. Because I went out of my way to grind it, only to find that there's nothing to spend it on now. So that's my fault. That's my mistake, that I got everything at once. I believe in pink gold supremacy. Oh yes. We'll see if we get there. It would be cool if we got there. Yeah. And there's a healer on the enemy team. As far as I remember, this particular arena really favors melee jobs like red mage, you could say. So that's really beneficial for us. Oh. Nope, you're staying here. Oh, that was the guard bait. Focus. Oh, no chance I'm getting that potion before them. Run it back. Grab the potion while the enemy is already outnumbered. Our black mage really is taking a chance. Oh, I didn't see that they had guard up. Oh boy. They're not having a good time. Are you sure you want this? They should have considered how they were going to exit. That was extreme overkill, but it still meant we won. Oh yeah, the same Dragoon and the same Machinist. You might be right about that. They sure add... well, sure they add things for you to buy with the crystals. Sure, eventually they probably will. Marlo says, what's your favorite map in PvP? I don't know. I do think I prefer this volcanic one, but I might be extremely biased because it just so happens to favor the job that I play the most. I would rather say that I don't like the wind map. The one in, I believe it's called Cloud 9. I don't really enjoy that one. I feel like the openness of it really makes some jobs feel like they're not viable, while I feel like even those that are at a disadvantage in the volcanic one can still play in the volcanic one. But I might be biased, is what I'm saying. And what I mean by that is, of course, that because I play a job that has a huge advantage on this particular map, of course I would prefer that map. Yeah, he was already dead and go through the flare combo with the cross. Yeah, I think the cross didn't even hit him because he was already dead. And speaking of, speaking of win streaks, if I remember correctly, I actually had a win streak in Season 1 from Bronze 3 all the way to like Gold 1 or something like that. Like not a single loss. Oh no. I survived with as little health as I possibly could without dying there. They sure have a well-timed combo going there. I can't go in without mana to heal myself up again, and now we're losing the white mage. Oh, there was a lot of attacks queued up on me there. Oh boy. Potion time. Yeah, I don't have anything left. I'll just potion. Oh, never mind. I didn't realize the Dragoon was right there. It appears he didn't realize that I was right there drinking a potion. How did he survive all that damage? Battle of Metapods. Oh yeah, that was the white mage versus white mage right there when we came in earlier. Just saw them standing on the crystal. I think we might be losing this one. Ow. I tried to white mode tank it. Didn't work. We're having a little bit of maybe luck with the explosions here. Like preventing the enemy from pushing the crystal. I was much more focused on preventing their red mage from getting the potion so that I could finish them, and then I didn't keep in mind to watch out for the enemies. Compared to the first map we played, this is a lot crazier, yeah. Oh. I guess the time ran out. Oh well. So the positive side is that if you do ranked PvP, but you focus on this, like this series level, then it doesn't matter. If you win, you get 900 experience. If you lose, you get 700. It's not such big of a deal, so it makes it a lot easier to deal with losing. And you have to lose sometimes. I think, Pokeshack, I can't remember, have you tried Crystalline Conflict? Because I would say that the third map is even crazier. But given that the session that we're doing today stops at a specific time, I don't think we're gonna see it. Which is good for me, because as I said, I don't like that map. We have a lot of burst potential in this team. Yeah, the tornado map is the one that I'm thinking of. But it's supposed to be the case that the tornado map favors ranged, I believe. But I don't know if I agree completely with that, because the openness both means that ranged has an easier time, like, targeting things, but it also means that there's nothing to hide behind. So it just becomes chaos all around, as I see it. But I do see how melee would have an advantage in a more closed map like this. So the good news are that we survived. And we would not have survived if I had used black mode for that initial burst. I tried to trick them into thinking I was going like all out offensive by going for them as if I was going all out offensive. Potion again. And now we hope that we have a team to get back to. Oh! I was one fraction of a second too slow with the heal. Now comes all the explosions. Wow, that was a lot of damage. Elemental impact? Did I get hit by one of the explosions? Oh, there was the explosion of the enemy spawning. Right. Of course. That's a really terrible mistake from me. I should really not have done that. Okay, got the person that I came for. Ah, machinist limit break. I think we're gonna have a full party wipe. Maybe? Are you actually surviving somehow, Summoner? Oh no. Ah. Is this it? This might be it. If people are not going on the crystal, we lose. So when that hits 100%, if we are not on the crystal for even a fraction of a second while they are, then we lose. And the only way to prevent it from rising is for us to have more people on it than them, and they have 5 alive, so that's not happening. This is the end. Yeah, I got, I think I took 40,000 damage in a single instant there. And we got a series level up. So what did we get? More crystals. And Pokeshack says, on that map you've played Monk and Dark Knight. At the times you went crazy and kept the crystal and you were doing well, it was thanks to the tornadoes. Yeah. Until one spawned both teams on us, and then you got up the enemy team, took out all the... Oh, yeah. And then the map is really long, too. Like, just wide. On that map, you turn off your brains and you don't know what's going on. Well, what you should do when you're playing a map where you're not sure what's going on is try and focus on figuring out what's going on. That's my best suggestion. My friend Zip said that he always only had the energy to deal with like 2 or 3 matches because he got really exhausted playing. Which is a good thing in a way, because if you're so focused that you get tired really fast from playing Crystalline Conflict, it might mean that you're learning a lot. The problem is that you have to play a lot of matches to learn a lot. Now we have a Dark Knight in the match. And we have Frodo Baggins on the enemy team. Is that what we call timely? Timely reference? The enemy is the only one with a tank. The best part about it is surfing the air currents. Yeah, I can see that. It makes it feel less huge, but it also makes it really problematic when you have a really far distance to run after the air currents. Let's see. So that's the black mage from the last match. Yeah, that's a reasonable marker. But did we just snipe someone? We're in a really bad shape right now. We're just not focusing anything. This is going really well. And we win. That was really nice. And Pokeshak says it's just like with the classes, you have to dedicate time to understand it, because if your brain doesn't focus, it won't be able to do anything. And if you focus, you're able to handle the Monk and Ninja openers at level 60. Well, the thing is that you have to keep in mind that those like perfect openers that you see in my guides, Pokeshak, it's not expected that you do those perfectly every time in all content. It's more like you should aim to do that if you want to main the job, I would say. Like in other, if it's a job you're just playing in addition to a lot of other jobs, I would say that it is fine that you know that the opener is there, and maybe you might try to do it consistently when you can. But just trying and then knowing that it is there is good enough if it's not your main. And even if it is your main, what matters is using your tools correctly. Thing that as you mentioned in a comment on one of your posts is when you're scared at first. Ah, okay. Yeah, but as I say, you don't have to play perfectly. Not in PvP either, but you don't have to play, like, the only content where it feels like it might be necessary is like in Savage raiding and stuff like that, because every single point of DPS matters. But if you can do a slightly worse rotation, like slightly worse opener, but it somehow leads you to be able to do more DPS because you're more consistent, like you're more confident in it, then that's probably better than being super laser focused on doing your opener on every boss attempt and then failing the first mechanic because you have to 100% focus on your opener instead of focusing on the boss. And that's also partly why I decided to do Savage raiding on Summoner, because it's a job that is so easy for me. A little asterisk there. For me, it's very easy, so that I can almost autopilot it to the point where when I know a mechanic is coming up that I know how to deal with well enough, I can read chat and do my rotation and do the mechanic just fine. I wouldn't be able to do that with like Machinist or Ninja or Samurai, but I can do it with like Warrior and Summoner. I have 2 golds. Look at that red mage with the flashy weapon. That's how they get the spell effects in their portraits, by the way. It's not anything like a special background or something. It's they have a weapon with a spell effect on them. And then either they straight up just have the weapon on screen, or they make sure it's off screen so it looks like it's like fire from below or something like that. Pretty cool, but it also really limits what poses you can get away with doing. Maybe we'll get a little bit higher rank. But it might... maybe we won't get gold today. Maybe we will. I like that our team is more balanced with both a tank and a healer. I feel like we're being baited. I completely missed how little mana I had. But if me taking all that punishment means that they don't have damage to pressure my team, then I think we might have won this exchange. Maybe. Uh-oh. Is our samurai going down? I survive this? No, there was a ninja limit break waiting for me. But we're doing really well. And our white mage is down. That was taken by the machinist limit break. I could see the 40,000 damage. Hello! I'm a little overwhelmed right now. Whoa. I think that might have been a wasted limit break. I should have kept the limit break, it didn't do a thing. And I also used it in white mode. Oh well. Oh, we got a kill somehow. And we lost one. I tried to line up my opening, and then the red mage from the other team just stopped me completely. Ah! The enemies forgot again. That's 2 matches in this particular map where we've won by virtue of the enemy forgetting about the crystal. Bokshak says, I know that it's an option, but you don't leave a job until you're relatively close to that perfect opener. Not because it's perfect, but because once you understand that opener, it's easier for you to do your rotation without problems. Except for Bard, you're still not able to hold the dodge and the songs at the same time. You're not able to concentrate on both. I get it. There's also some jobs where doing the opener perfectly is required for your rotation to make sense. Like, I believe Dragoon, the order that you use your cooldowns in the opener affects your rotation through the entire rotation. So if you don't get it right at first, then it's going to be difficult to master the rotation as a whole. Crystal Conflict reminds you of your time playing Overwatch, but with a better overtime. Yeah, it does remind me a bit of Overwatch too. But it's a long time since I played Overwatch. Oh no. I think the enemy got our excellent white mage and paladin this time. But now there's no black mage on the field. For good or bad. But I really don't like mirror matches. I don't like fighting enemy red mages. It makes it really difficult. Oh no. We got 2 of them, so I think I'm sort of safe to use a potion if things don't pop on my face again. Oh no. Oh, explosions incoming. We got it! And Rattle says, P8S has a tight DPS check. Yeah, I heard about that. I saw some, I saw this thread on Twitter that people were talking about that the DPS check is so tight that it feels like some jobs are simply not viable. I don't know if that's hyperbole or if it's genuinely like that. But it might be really tight. And that's really unfortunate because that will probably mean that some jobs will just get denied outright. Because people believe that it will not be doable with that job. A particular joke I saw was Gunbreakers and Dark Knights clowning on Paladins. Again. Because Paladins also had trouble in the last raid tier with getting parties because they do slightly less damage. Just slightly. Paladin warrior locked out. Yep, maybe. I still want to point out that when people say that the DPS check is really tight, you have to remember that that's mainly based on the first week or 2 of progress, which means that people have like in an entire raid team only saw like the party might have a few like 630 item pieces and a few 620 item pieces, but you're still supposed to be able to have mostly 630 item level by the time you reach P8S if you're progressing slowly. So people are complaining that the DPS check is extremely tight when you're not fully geared. Like, of course, the encounter's balanced around you having like 610 gear. But eventually you'll be able to beat it. So Zeno's stream, he was melting. when he got to phase 2 as Gunbreaker. Melding? What do you mean? Oh no, there's a monk. Oh no. And now we have the paladin. And the ninja from before. Era prototype. And there's a mirror match with the red mage again. It is mainly red mage and monk that scare me a lot. I don't super fancy dragoon either, but those are more manageable in my mind. Oh, you shouldn't. Oh, he's shielding. He's baiting us. Okay, I took the drill headfirst without guard. Where's the crystal? It's over there. Get the magic barrier for the team. Oh no, right on the guard. Surprise! Limit break! Didn't expect me to do that, did you? Wait, did he just... I just got... The monk just went meteor drive on me from point blank with no prep. That's not a good idea. Are we gonna make this? That was really bad. I think I lost track of the Dragoon. I was certain I was targeting the Dragoon, so when I didn't lose target and they used Limit Break, I didn't see it. Are we going to have the switch around right on the last half of a percent? We might. Oh no. Push the crystal? How will we do that when we're 4 versus 5? It's better to just hang back right now. Want to outlive as many of their limit breaks as we can. Ah, the stun. I'm gonna see if I can force them out of position by potioning around the bend. Surprise! Whoa, that was a lot of burst out of nowhere right at the end. We win? We win! Streak bonus and gold. We got to gold. Okay. Rollo said, oh, he was molding. Oh, okay. Okay, now I get it. But basically a middle-aged man that's ready to explode in anger at someone or something. Bokjak says, in my head, I still have panic before the warrior, but after seeing you play it is, as you said yesterday, once you already anchored someone, he is a tank with very little life, and it is easy to kill him. Yeah, exactly. Precisely, it's all of the jobs, like even the blue rolls, are not that scary. It's just they have slightly more health and then maybe more defensive tools, but then again, they really don't. Thank you. Now the question is whether we can push beyond that. Can we push further beyond? Oh, we also cleared the weekly tombstone grind. Very nice. No more expert roulettes for me this week. At least they're optional now. So how do you, Rollo, how do you get your weekly tombstones? Is that also expert roulettes or roulettes in general? And also regarding the watching the stream of the Phase 2 P8S, I haven't really watched any of the streams on others. The only thing I have seen is to prepare myself for Proto Carbuncle, I watched Mr. Happy's clear. Just, I don't know why I chose him in particular, but I did. And that gave me the information that I needed to get started at the very least. Wafu wafu. The famous grouse. That's a good name. Oh, and now we have both the red and the black mage. And a ninja. Jujube von Shushube. That sounds like it's supposed to be really clever. But we don't have a tank. So is Wafu just gonna go for it? Okay, so apparently our samurai just went for it instead. That went so quickly, I didn't even realize that he was gone in. That's not what I wanted. Hey, can we turn this back around, maybe? Maybe we can. Let's see if I can get away from this. Surprise! In hindsight, Ninja, maybe you should have just let me use my melee combo finally on you instead of running away so I could sit on the finisher. That was an explosive limit break, to say ow. That was also very explosive. See, well, it says, you think white mages are still overpowered in PvP? I think that white mages were a little overrated in the first place. They are extremely annoying in exactly the wrong place. Like when they get that miracle of nature off, it's so annoying. But you always forget all the times where they don't get it, like where it just doesn't go that well. Just focus on all the times where they lock you down. Grouse? No. I'm not sure what we're gonna do now, because people are just letting themselves get killed one by one. What are you doing? Ah, I really thought I had him. That's the only reason why I tried to push the slightly more damage. Wait, what? What? Oh! The overtime kicked in and all the enemies were off the crystal in that exact instant because we killed the black mage. That was really convenient. But yeah, Ralu, I think that the reason why people were really mad about White Mage was a combination of course, their line AoE stun limit break with an absurd range, and then Miracle of Nature, which is the thing that turns you into a plant. The reason why the Miracle of Nature is a little broken is because it's the only crowd control that has no counter. Like, yes, you can use guard and then it will fail. But if we assume that you can't see the future, then as soon as you are hit by Miracle of Nature, you can't do anything for like 2 seconds. That's really powerful because it's the only effect like that. But I mean, the reason why people so specifically look at Miracle of Nature like that is because it's very easy to quantify crowd control with no counter compared to things that other jobs have. Like, for instance, Machinist has an attack that does 20,000 damage through guard. Is that broken? Depends. Because that one specifically counters if you use guard. Because then the Machinist just chooses to do that instead of an attack that wouldn't work, right? And Warrior can also just say that you can't use guard. So is White Mage broken, or is it White Mage on a team with a Warrior that's broken? Because Warrior makes it so that you can't use guard, and White Mage's crowd control can only be stopped by guard. So in combination, Miracle of Nature has no counter. The White Mage can just choose you get crowd control, and if the White Mage's team has the ability to focus well enough, then you die. And there's nothing you can do about it. They have the triple mage set up. Oh. Yes, use your melee combo on me, please. Come at me. Okay, we're falling back. That's for certain. I don't think we could possibly do any more damage than we just did. Oh, switch. Oh, we have to be a little focused on getting around all the explosions. Whoa! I think I got hit by one of the bombs landing again. Get to the crystal. Prevent the Reaper from stopping us. I'll take this one, Samurai. You go on ahead. And we wait. And there's a red mage limit break again. Getting in the work. That's fine. You go on over there. Whew. We're getting some really good matches here in the tail end of the stream. But I don't think we're gonna reach like platinum tonight. That would require that we win every single match, I think. What? Are they unranked? I'm the dance partner. Yeah, apparently gold with unranked. I guess it's not completely off, because like this team I think we had 2 gold. And then the other team I think they only had 1 gold. So like if the average rank is sort of the same, then it's probably fine. But it is a little scary to have that large of a difference. Oh. Ah, the black mage was hoping that I would get baited. What? What? I mean, sure. Do that. What? Why did the black mage just go in and sacrifice themselves like that? Oh, I think I'm gonna take a lot of damage. Well, I got my target. Then I died. But I killed the one that I aimed to kill. Now the question is whether my team can stick together until I'm back. I don't feel that confident about that when there's 3. Oh, that was a little bit of a surprise kill. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, we got 2 of them. Dragoon limit break. Got it. Ah. I might not live this. I died together with the machinist again. Oh no. Oh no. The black mage on the enemy team is just having a field day. That's really bad. Find the black mage, ignore the black mage, go for the dragoon instead because they are easier to grab. Oh, I'm going down. Romeo and Juliet, but between a red mage and a machinist. Yeah, that sounds about right. Even though the match looks very even, my team is behind. I think. Oh wait, we're just barely ahead, never mind. They call me nearly dead, is what they call me. Ow! That's sad. That's so sad. Oh, he's that close to stopping the victory for our team. Oh no. I think we got a series level up. More crystals. The RDM LB man. Yeah. It's surprising how much, like, when you get the Flare Southern Cross combo correctly, just right, it's surprising how much time, like how much damage it does. Yeah, I won, Pokeshack. Hey, Makoto. It's been a long time. How are you? College started. Oh, okay. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm good. We've been having pretty good ranked matches tonight. We've gone from bronze, like the very, very rock bottom of bronze, to gold 2 so far. I'd say that's a lot better than the Savage Raid stream I did yesterday, where we still didn't beat P5S. College has started. Are you enjoying it? All you've been doing is schoolwork and Final Fantasy 14, not been doing much else. PvP is very fun. I would highly recommend, if you're gonna do Crystalline Conflict, it sounds a little backwards, but go in ranked. Because if you're going in ranked, you're gonna be much more likely to be paired with equally skilled people. And people are also more motivated to try and win. But it can get very chaotic really fast. I can't remember, were you still progressing on the main quest in Final Fantasy 14, Makoto? Or are you in the end game? Well, we're the team with the healer, but they have the dancer, and I believe the dancer was pretty good, that particular dancer, in the last match we had. You want to work on Pandemonium Savages, but you don't want to, but just get to queue up. Well, if you want to get some, maybe some motivation for how it can go, I have some stream VODs of me going into Pandemonium Savage, and I don't have a static. So that means that what you're gonna see me do is very realistic for yourself to replicate. Which is exactly the reason why I was sort of motivated to try and do Savage Raid without a static. To show you, like show my community that it can be done. Because I think most streamers that do Savage, they do it with a static. Because anything else is too inconvenient. You're stuck in your WoW mindset. Well, Savage raiding is very, very hard. No question about that. But the worst that can happen is that it doesn't go too well, and that's fine. what I've been focused on is I always focus on joining parties that have the same progress on the boss as I have. So like if you haven't been there before, make sure you join a party that says from start, so you don't disappoint by not meeting the expectations. That was a very greedy limit break, I think. I shouldn't have done that. Well, it seems it has worked out. I do not have any guides up for Pandemonium Savage. I haven't done very much Savage raiding in Endwalker myself, so I don't feel that I would be the correct person to teach you. I do think if you want someone with like a relatively chill way of presenting the guide on a Savage boss, then Hectorson is pretty good. And that's the guide that I followed for P5S. I didn't beat it, I should say, but that's more because it's really, really difficult to progress Savage without a static. Yeah, if you write something like P5S guide Hector in the YouTube search, it should show up. He makes like how can I explain? He draws the guides almost, and uses like icons to showcase what he means as he's showing it off, which seems to allow him to make guides a little faster. Like he actually had a guide out within day 1 or something like that. But I would recommend his guides for Savage. I don't think I'm going to be covering Savage guides myself, because I would need a Savage raid team to even be able to reliably showcase it. Yeah, the thing that really stops party finder groups in their tracks on P5S is the thing called the jump. So if you see, there are a lot of like 1, 2, or 3 minute guides on Devour or the jump on P5S. I would highly recommend figuring out at least one of them. Like just learning an easy strategy to do it, because it is by far the hardest mechanic in the entire fight, just for P5S. I think this is gonna be the last match for the night. But after that, I think we're just gonna talk for a little bit. The nightmares of yesterday's jump. Yeah, exactly. Pokeshack was there to watch it live, I believe. Yeah, you watched most of the stream, yeah. And there was a lot of practice on the jump, and just the jump, and it was huge excitement whenever we actually beat the jump. I just now realized that our enemy team is 2 tanks and 2 healers. This is really chaotic right now. Oh. Oh wow, I got really donked on there. Thank you, Makoto. Let's see if we can... I really was hoping I could snipe that Astrologian, but that's not gonna happen. I'll have to leave that to the Dragoon to try. Oh no, I just now realized that I can't guard. We can talk about how to read Makoto's name in a little bit, Pokeshack, after this PvP match, if you want. I feel like I'm a little bit stuck in this match. Not much I can do, really. It's really hard to deal with a paladin and a warrior at the same time, and then there's also the white mage. There's just so much preventing you from killing anything. Oh. Yeah, we have not a single % of progress, and we're going into overtime now. And I don't think we can hold it. Rado asks, will you ever make a PvP tier list? Would you like to see a PvP tier list from me? Like, specifically, is that I don't know, like, is that something that people want to see? Then maybe I would make one. Yeah, exactly, Bojack. It's a wall of meat. There's just too much hell to break through. Well, Ralo, in that case, I might make one. Last time I said, last time someone asked, will you make a guide on X? And I said I didn't think anyone would see it. That was a money guide, and I believe Saption suggested it. And surprisingly, in like recent months, one of my best performing guides has been my money guide. So if you think that a PvP tier list would be interesting, then I might make one. The main reason I'm not super sure it will be great or super popular is because PvP has kind of dropped out of the limelight again, if that makes sense. I think maybe it would be more interesting to see PvE tier lists because I have a lot more knowledge on that. What do you think? Oh, and regarding Makoto's name, let's see if I can... Oh, I could not do what I was trying to do. Let's see. Let me just try that again. That's Ma. And this sign means extend the vocal on the previous letter. So that means A again. And this means go. And this sign is a smaller sign of something else that I do believe normally means tsu, but in this particular context, and the size means pause on the next letter, you could say. Which means that since the next one is to, then it means that these signs combined means to. So that's how we get Magoto or Makoto. Does that make sense, Bojack? The small right is called a glottal stop. Okay. I don't know much the names of all the things in Japanese. I just know like some basic ability to read it, and I specifically remembered Makoto, even though it's been a while. So I saw the name, thought a moment about it, and then I just knew instinctively that it was definitely Makoto, and then I like also the combination that I do know how most of the symbols look at a glance. I might make some like PvE tier lists. The reason why I'm not, as I said, the reason why I'm not super sure about a PvP tier list is because a PvP tier list, well, PvP content as a whole has kind of dropped off a cliff for some reason. Like, if you paid attention to like YouTube creator content right when Crystalline Conflict was new, people were going crazy for it, but then people remembered that to do Crystalline Conflict, you have to do PvP, which means fighting other players, and I think the vast majority of Final Fantasy XIV players don't like PvP, So it's a bit like how I remember back when Shadowbringers, Gunbreakers were extremely popular, but the way I explain it is that a lot of players tried Gunbreaker because it felt like playing a DPS. But then at some point they remembered that if they want a main Gunbreaker, they're a tank now. And then they all just immediately switched back to whatever they were playing before. Mark also says, it's not the Japanese name, it's the name of the sound it makes. So it's basically saying it with a hard stop. Yeah. Tier list of types of pink. Well, we have cherry pink right on top. And then we have like nuances that are relatively close to cherry pink. And then you just go from there. And then you have colors that are not pink. Thank you, Makoto. I know that I'm not that great at Japanese, but I try to learn a little bit. And if there's one thing that I have tried to focus on in most of my guides, is try to pronunciate things correctly. If that's Japanese, French, German, or anything completely different, I still kick myself over the fact that my Sage guides incorrectly call phlegma phlegma, I believe. But that's unfortunately too late. I discovered my error like a week after I made the guide. But I might make I might make tier lists. It's just I wouldn't want to make how can I say it? It feels like low effort content, you could say, to make a tier list. An idea that I have had on the drawing board for a video for a long time that I've just not really gotten anywhere with was grading the difficulty of each job. That's something that I've thought about. But because I imagine that guide would be like at least 18 minutes if it takes me 1 minute to talk about every job. Isn't it 18? Let's see, 5, 9, 13, 15. Yes, 10? Yep. 19 minutes. 19 minutes. It would take 19 minutes if I could cover every single job in 1 minute each. And I tend to talk a lot about each job, so it might be very difficult to limit myself to just 1 minute. If you saw my turbo lesson ages ago for Dragoon, that guide was supposed to be 1 minute. Like exactly 1 minute, and I do believe it became 1 minute and 10 seconds. That's okay, Makoto. The reason why it was difficult is because I believe the Sage's abilities are Greek. So I have no idea how to pronounce the words. And it's not easy to figure out. And Raulo says, do you believe that Gunbreaker was made into a DPS class? If Gunbreaker was made into a DPS class, it would be one of the top 4 in logs and damage. If Gunbreaker was made into a DPS class, then its DPS would be balanced as a DPS class. I don't think it would necessarily mean that it would become one of the top 4 DPS jobs. I think if Gunbreaker was a DPS job, I think it would be an extremely popular DPS job. That's a good idea, Pokeshack. I do believe I've seen other much bigger content creators do those kinds of videos. Those might be interesting to make. I could probably do that. But that's a very good. Those are good suggestions for videos, and I'll make sure to think about those. Right now I have a few videos like in the works that I think are taking a little bit of priority. But I do think that the tier list idea could be fleshed out into something that matches what kind of content that I would like to make. The thing is that I would like to make sure that when people see a video from me, especially on Saturdays, that it is something that you feel like you walk away from learning something new. You know, like a guide. Which is why whenever I make something that is more like a discussion, I still try to take it at an angle where there's something specific to learn from it. But there's only so much you can teach, and some things you just have to discuss on opinion. There's also something else that I've thought about. Like now that we're talking about videos and you guys, what you would be interested in seeing. Do you guys? I think I've asked this on Small Kai Adventures before, but do you guys know of the Tales? I believe it's called Tales of Eorzea or something like that. Or Final Fantasy XIV side stories. Like for instance, we have Tales from the Calamity, Tales from the Dragon Song War, Tales from the Storm, and things like that. Do you know of those? Oh yeah, right, yeah, exactly, with the picture. That is related to one of the Tales of Calamity. So my question to that is that I could just make like videos of reading the story. There are a bunch of them. They can be a little long, but I could read them and make a little video of it. I would probably not release that on a Saturday. I feel like that's something that's worth a bonus video, if I can find the time. A guide of the island. That one, I actually considered making a guide on the island sanctuary really early on. But I got the impression that like the vast majority of the player base said that they wanted to figure it out on their own. Ultimately, people have decided once they reached max rank that they wanted to optimize it, but that's most easily done with a spreadsheet. And let's just say that I haven't done that. I can just show you my island and you'll find that I have just decided to have fun with it. I don't go out of my way to super optimize it, even though there is potentially cherry pink dye left on the table doing so. Oh, well, Pokejak, I can show you how the island looks. It's not as incredible as people made it sound. I think most people spent like hours every single day grinding away at the island sanctuary right up until they reached the max rank and had bought all of the upgrades to it. Then it immediately turned into content that you visit like once a day. And that is exactly the reason. Like if you saw the live letters where Yoshi P was presenting it, that every single time that they talked about the island sanctuary, they made a very big point of, okay, relax, it's not as wildly impressive as you guys are making it out to be. That's because they were basically selling it and people were thinking this is basically Animal Crossing in Final Fantasy XIV. And even though it might be a little bit like that, it goes to a grinding complete stop when you reach rank 10. Like completely you run out of stuff to do, really. There's a few things you can do, like collecting all of the rare animals on the island, or you can do like me and capture 15 glyptodons because you think they're cute, right? So what I'm getting at with that is that I could probably make a simple guide on what to do in the island sanctuary. I just feel like I don't know, you would probably appreciate me covering something else more. You're a master of Pokemon. You're a Pokemon master of armadillos. Yes. You should capture an animal and use the Xbox username generator to name one. I don't know. What is the Xbox username generator? I mean, we can rename one of them if you want. I named all of these in a single sitting, which is why they have a lot of silly names. Pokeshack says, now that you mention Yosipi, I thought you'd do another video reading the patch stuff. I thought about doing that. A big armadillo with the name Small. The reason why I didn't make a video of the patch note reading was because so I made a community post summarizing the patch notes. I don't know if you saw that. I'm not sure how well community posts reach you guys. Like, I don't know how, like, if you go to my channel, you can see that I make very regularly community posts. I don't know how many of them you get to see. But I made the community post summary instead, because when I made the patch note reading of 6.1, I believe I had a holiday at that time, so I was actually home all day on the day where the patch notes happened. So I had all day to make it. It also coincided with the fact that the server was down for the entire day, so I couldn't make other content. I could only make that video if I wanted to make a video. In 6.2, they only had the servers down for like 6 or 8 hours, and those 6 or 8 hours I was sleeping. And then I went to work. And then the only thing I did regarding the patch notes was that I got myself an overview of the patch notes. Like, I read them back and forth a little bit, and then as soon as I got home from work, I wrote the summary, because it took me about half an hour to an hour to make the patch notes summary, which you could read right then and there. While if I were to make it a video, it might take me 4 hours to make. And I believe that maybe you would have appreciated the text summary that came out faster just as much as an actual patch note reading. I don't know, that was my reasoning. I might make a patch note reading again in the future. It's just, I was trying to see what works better. Like, did you think that the text-based summary was fine? Oh, you were asking because you found out that Saturday that they made changes to several bosses from the AR patches and some from Heavensward. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't include that in the patch notes because it could be spoilers for someone reading them. I actually found out that I found out just this weekend, I believe, that I found out just this weekend that they made significant changes to the Aerie specifically. That's the one where on the final boss, like the final boss is Nidhogg, and Estinian has to be protected and kept alive. Like the healer needs to turn around and heal Estinian to keep him up. In the reworked version, that it's not like that anymore for some reason. Which I think is a little bit of a shame. It like dumbs down the encounter a little bit. I thought it was an interesting detail that you had to keep an NPC alive. But I also get that it's a very, very rare mechanic, so it would be like teaching a relatively new player something that they're not gonna use later. But yeah, I understand that you were expecting the patch note reading. I'm sorry about that. I was thinking that maybe I should do one, but I didn't know how many would like want that, like over just the text-based summary. Like how much more value does it bring that I spent the time making the video? But now that I hear that you guys appreciated it, or at least I know Pokestack appreciated it, then maybe I should do it again next time. I can't promise anything though. Who knows? Maybe I'm not available that day, or they make it an 8-hour downtime of the servers while I'm sleeping, and suddenly I'm busy doing something else. But the main thing is that the reason why I didn't make the video was because I believed that you guys would appreciate more that I came with a quick patch note summary, rather than that it had to be a video, if that makes sense. But yeah, let's see. I should write some of those things we're talking about for video ideas. I should write some of those down. Oh, thank you, Pokeshack. I appreciate that. You're probably right, Ralu. I think what I surmised. Let me just check. I might be wrong on that, but let me just check, because I do have, you know, the view information on the patch note reading. If I can figure out where it landed in like how long ago it is. See, there it is, analytics, and now I just need to figure out whether yeah, okay, I think I had a little bit of a misunderstanding of my analytics then, because originally I had the impression that the people that were watching the summary only watched the job changes, and then like I think over 2/3 of the video was all sorts of other changes in the patch. And now I found out that the analytics say that that most people that watched beyond the introduction did actually see the whole thing, from what I could tell. And yeah, I can do that, Pokeshack. Do you also want to be named after one of the armadillos, Ralu? We can take this one. Wait a minute. I need to talk with the mammoth to do that. Hello, mammoth. Woofers. Flayster. There you go. And we can go with bold. There you are. Did we lose Margota? Pokecheck says up to where you said do not see more than it is a spoiler. Yeah, that makes sense. That would be where I would expect you to hop off, for instance. But I'll keep that in mind, and I'll try to see if I can make a patch note reading video when the next patch hits. Now the question is whether that'll be the 0.5 patch in 4 months. Maybe that'll be so short that it makes no sense. Or it'll be so long that it makes sense despite being a mid-tier patch. You're finally on an island. You cheated your way in. Cheating the system. You got it. And there you go. There's Fleister and there's Ralu. But yeah, I can say just right now that the optimal way to have your island is not this. Like, the optimal way is to have like pretty much 20 different animals. I can say that very, very easily without looking at a spreadsheet. But this is way easier if you can't be bothered to do a lot of planning. Because it's mostly related to the workshop. Yeah. You're on an island and on another server. Winning. And so is Ralu. But you know that this makes me think, because part of the reason why I was making a PvP stream today is because a lot of people might have trouble watching a Savage stream if they haven't, you know, reached that point in the story yet. They might feel that it is spoilers, and simultaneously it might be a little rough to watch a 3-hour stream of someone not really progressing anywhere. So I might choose to focus more on content that is not Savage rating, because I feel like there is an easier way to make something that can be entertaining and something that people can like enjoy together. Hey Margota, welcome back. Yeah, do I have a raid group? No, I don't, Ralu. That is specifically the reason why my Savage Raid streams have been Party Finder based, because I do not have a static. I have a free company, but that is not the same thing. Of the people in my static, there's like one that I think would both be capable of and would want to Savage Raid. But incidentally, their play schedule means that we would not really be able to play together. We would not be able to Savage Raid at the same time. Oh, that's okay, Makoto. Maybe one day when we have global data center travel, I'll be able to have a Savage Raid with the community. That would be way more fun. And what I do have in mind is that I might be able to plan some content with my free company. but that would be easier content. Pokecheck says you can try and do some of Savage Raid and see how it goes. A stream of doing whatever comes out and see how that goes. Yeah, that's actually the thing. I've had 3 Savage Raid streams, and the first one was on the release day, which there were people coming in. But on the second day, there was not much anyone that was super interested. And the thing is that if I'm Savage Raiding, the time where I have the time frame where I have the most attention to be able to communicate with the chat like this is between pulls, but because I'm in a party of 8, it's not up to me when there is a 5-minute break to talk about something, right? But in between PvP matches, for instance, I can just choose to take a 5-minute break to talk with you guys or show you something. And if I'm doing something with my free company, for example, and it's not too intense, then I'm actually pretty sure that we would be able to just have fun with doing something in between and just hanging out, which is exactly the reason why I have been talking about doing that. I'm not sure where we're going to go with it, but it might be stuff like doing some old content unsynced to do mount farming and stuff. It's going to be typically difficult enough that it is non-trivial, but it's not going to be as intense as Savage Raiding P5S. For good or bad. But I think that would be a lot more fun than me struggling through Savage Raiding with Party Finder, where the Party Finder list becomes less and less easy to deal with. Let me just show you. So this is every party that is on my data center for the specific P5S that I was working on, right? Now, let's say, because I play Summoner primarily for Savage Raid, let's say that I need to play Summoner and they need to be able to fit me. This is now what we're dealing with. And this is a kill party, so I'm not good enough to join this party. Of course, I'm cheating because at this time of day there would not be many. But let me just say that yesterday I had the same problem. It took me like 10 minutes to find a group that I could fit in. And last week there was like 10 groups and I just had to choose one. And the reason why this is happening is of course because as parties progress further, they get higher expectations and there are fewer progression groups, and that makes sense. I did end up in a French party for part of it, but it seems like they were very friendly and they did speak English. But all of them had it set to French as their primary language. So it was very, very worrying, but what I'm getting at is that I think it would be more entertaining to do stuff that is less intense than Savage Raiding, so that we can enjoy it together in a way, and you know, have a conversation and hang out in a stream instead of you guys watching me get dunked on by a proto carbuncle for 3 hours. But yeah, exactly, is that I would more appreciate making the streams like more focused around enjoying us being able to do something as a community together. A bit like how we were in Palace of the Dead and was like experiencing it together and being able to take breaks in between to explore stuff and answer questions and hang out, compared to doing Savage Raid and being like super intensely focused, on my end at least, for a good hour and a half at a time. And it makes it so that I have to focus more on playing well compared to being entertaining, you could say. Thank you. I actually felt like Dodie was the silliest name I could come up with because it's a dodo. We can give it pets. And it doesn't want to stay with me. So... how does hunting an animal work? I haven't done the animal stuff. I can show you how it's done. I can show you how it's done. Just to show you an example. So... there's when you're on the island, how you interact with things on the island is controlled by these things. Like you choose how you interact with it, which means that for sowing your seeds for your crops, you switch to sow here and choose your seed, and then you just run around here and plant. And to water them, you do the exact same thing. Now, I don't have to do that because I'm paying the mammoths to do it for me. In a similar fashion, every day you're supposed to go over and feed every single one of your animals at least once a day. Otherwise they get really angry, which is understandable because they're starving. But they will not leave you, they will just get really angry with you and so produce less items. Because every day you can use the gather on every single one of your animals to get a thing or two things if they're really happy with you. Then they have a higher chance to give you two things. But that's basically the pasture and the crops. And you make the best feed for your animals with the crops. Well, Makoto, here's a little tip. The way that I grinded up to rank 10 a little quickly was by just running in a circle and gathering the same items repeatedly. I can show you the strategy I used. Specifically, I could gather around 200 XP per minute with that strategy. Let me just see if I can find it. So I would start by grabbing this. I can just demonstrate. So I switched to a job like Ninja that has a teleport. So I just grab this rock and this dirt. That's 2. And then this. Yeah, exactly. This loop. 3, 4. I'm just gonna go through the entire loop in case there's anyone that's curious. Just grab these all the way through. And then there's the rock over there I usually take. Oh, it's sand. And then I take this sugar cane. And I know it might not be the optimal one, but I discovered this particular loop myself. And then I grab this tree. And there you go. Then you just teleport back here and go again. And that's around, I got it to around 200 experience per minute. Which is relatively manageable. And you will also find, Makoto, if you do choose to watch my Savage Raid streams, that in one of them I do spend like a good 30 minutes doing that while waiting for a party to form. Right, Ralu asked about how you capture animals. So there's 3 types of capturing tools. There's the makeshift net, the makeshift restraint, and then the makeshift soporific. So the makeshift net is for small animals, the makeshift restraint is for medium animals, and the makeshift soporific is for large animals. For instance, the giant auroch that I have that I named Grandeur is a large animal. I believe the young Glyptodons, so the small armadillos, I'm pretty sure are for the makeshift net. And the big armadillos, the adult Glyptodons, are done with a makeshift restraint. So just to demonstrate, you find the animal that you want, and then you just walk up to it with the correct capturing tool, and then right click it, and then it does this. And every time you use a tool, there is a chance that they're gonna disappear, and that means that it's gonna say the animal sensed your presence and scampered. And there's the third option. Did I cut out for a moment there? The third option is that you capture it, of course. Let's try again. See, we captured it, but I don't have space for it, and I can't kick any of them out because the mammoths are actively taking care of them. So I just release the Opo itself. It's my end. It must be on my end, Pokeshack, because I cut out on my side. Like I could see I have a small playback of my stream in an excellent 144p. And that one paused for just a moment. I hope it isn't continuously cutting off or getting weird. But it was on. I think it must have been on my end, given that all three of you experienced it. I'm sorry about that. I can't do anything about it. I think that might have been the only cutout. But yeah, so that's pretty much how you capture animals. Is you just get the correct net and walk up to them. If you try to use a capturing tool that isn't correct, then it'll tell you that it's not correct. So you can't walk up to an animal and waste a tool because it's incorrect. The game will straight up just not allow you to. So you can't do it wrong. The difficult part about capturing animals is that there are a lot of rare animals that have a lot of spawning conditions. If I just go back to my pasture, I can give you some examples. Are there dragons? No, there are not dragons. The Grandeur here, the big boy, spawns, I believe, both at a specific weather condition and a time, or it's just a weather condition, so it means that it has to be a specific weather for one of that animal to spawn, and if you miss it, you have to wait for it to respawn. Snoofers here is a star mammoth, and that one spawns at a specific time of the day. One per day. Dodie is also like that, if I remember correctly. And the adult Glyptodons are also like that. So that means indeed that it took me several in-game days to capture those. The small Glyptodons are just there en masse, and so is this guy. It's actually pretty fun to farm Rathalos. I did it with my best friend. They helped me with doing, I believe it's 50 times you have to do it to get it guaranteed. Otherwise there's a small chance. But yeah, that was actually the kind of content that I was thinking of doing with my free company, was not Rathalos, because I do believe most of my free company actually do have Rathalos, surprisingly. But like content of a similar difficulty, or maybe a little harder. Like, who knows, maybe we can beat E4S with a little bit of practice. I think that would be fun. And a lot more entertaining than me doing Party Finder Savage P5S. Yeah, I totally get that one, Margaret. So you putting on music so you don't melt your brain, just grinding the experience. And yeah, exactly, Pokeshack. What do you mean, Pokeshack? You need to do what sometime? And who should you call? Who? Well, I guess you might have gotten your answer for yourself. Like, I don't know. I would either write Magoto with an R, so Margotto, or I would write it with two A's. But the easiest way is of course that I do happen to have a Japanese keyboard available to me, so I can just write Magoto. So that's a little bit of cheating. Says you have a Necromancer title. I do not have the Necromancer title. The last time I went into Palace of the Dead was on stream. I don't know if you... I can't remember if you were on that stream, Ralu, when we wiped out on floor 170 something, I believe. But that was also the highest I ever got alone. I don't know, like I'm not extremely motivated to get the Necromancer title, honestly. I was more motivated by doing something that was entertaining for you guys, like something, as I said before, something that we could like enjoy together. Not so much something that was something worth progressing really hard. That's genuinely the biggest benefit of doing Palace of the Dead on stream, is that when you wipe out really high, you don't get as depressed or annoyed that you wipe, because you had fun doing it with people. And Marco says, yeah, just ma as in the Spanish word for ocean. And the got as in I got it would be the English way. Romaji is Magoto. Exactly. And the highest power you got to was 52. Well, if you haven't gotten really high ether pool gear, then it totally makes sense that you would have a hard time getting far alone. If you have 99 on both your ether pool arm and your ether pool armor, then as soon as you've learned the basics of how Palace of the Dead works, then I would say getting to floor 100 is more just tedium than difficult. Like the hardest part about Palace of the Dead is like the 40 last floors or so. But to get to the 40 last floors, you need to beat the 160 floors that precede them, which takes like 10 hours or more. Well, I mean, getting the glamour items is also something worth going for if you like them. Actually, like my first experience of going really far in Palace of the Dead, I did with a really good friend. So we did it as 2 players, which, by the way, if you guys are curious, there's no special achievement for doing anything in Palace of the Dead as 2 or 3 players. There's only the basic achievement for beating it as 4 players, and then there's the special achievement for beating it alone. But there is the personal achievement in beating the deep dungeon itself. But I do not have the Necromancer title. I don't know if I would use it even if I had it, because I've used the Sweet Dreamer title almost just as much as I use my signature outfits. So I would probably prefer to just stick with Sweet Dreamer. But oh yeah. It's funny because I didn't even remember where I got the title from. There was just one day where I was like, okay, I should actually put a title on my character, and that was the one that I liked the most. Call him Necro Dancer, not Necromancer. I also really enjoy Monster Hunter Makoto. We have had some conversations on the stream before about Monster Hunter. And also like comparisons in games. I just mostly play it privately because this channel is Final Fantasy XIV focused, and I believe the vast majority of people that come through watch the channel for Final Fantasy XIV content. So maybe one day you'll be able to see me play Monster Hunter. But that would actually be a game where we would be able to play together, I think. That would be an option. Oh, thank you, Makoto. But actually, speaking of which, now it's been a while, and I think you might have been busy there and have missed it, Makoto. But I did make a poll, like, I think maybe even 2 months ago by now, at least 1 month ago. Did the stream go down again? I don't know if it did again, then I missed it this time. I'm still here. But there was a poll a while back where I asked what kind of content people wanted to see on stream. And the most requested thing was Savage Raiding, which is why last week and this week I have had Savage Raid streams, which has gone mixed, I would say. But the least popular option in that poll was watching me play something that was not Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, it's been a while. But I have considered maybe doing another one. But I don't know how many people that voted on it that wasn't actually interested in watching the stream in the first place, if that makes any sense. I believe there was like 50 votes. And I mean the time where most people come to the stream is for the Small Car Adventures or Rewind Replay on Saturdays. And that could both be because that's when people have time to watch, and could also be because that's what people want to watch. And it's much easier to gauge what people want to watch by actually, providing it and saying, okay, here it is, than asking people. And I can understand that people maybe expected something else when they said Savage Raiding. that they expected that I had a static waiting in the wing, which I didn't. Yeah, that's true, Pokejack. You did specifically say that you felt two things, and that I also did include in my summary afterwards. But so far, right now, there's a lot of Final Fantasy XIV content to cover and enjoy, and that's good enough. Yeah, that's also an option, Marco. So the reason why I have it, like, I have considered that, but I could imagine that one day, maybe Final Fantasy XIV wouldn't need to be the only thing that we're focusing on. Maybe. And then I would probably vary the content. Like, I think the best way I can explain it is that the About page on the channel specifically says that I primarily make video guides on all sorts of subjects on Final Fantasy XIV, but that I might post other things in the future. So technically, it doesn't leave out the possibility that I'll post something else. The reason why I'm saying that that might be the case is because sometimes games stop being popular. Sometimes people stop enjoying games, and if I one day completely stop enjoying Final Fantasy XIV, then it would not be super enjoyable to watch me make content on Final Fantasy XIV. So I would prefer to stick to one channel and just make that as best as I can, than to make a lot of sub-channels, even though I do know that people do that. It's a little complicated, but as I said to Pokeshack, while YouTube cares about you focusing on something when you're running your channel, what YouTube ultimately cares about is that if you have a large subscriber count, that a significant portion of your subscribers actually would want to watch what you're posting. Like, whenever I post something, YouTube also wants variety channels to succeed, because they want all channels to succeed. The problem is the algorithm. Whether that one can do it well or not, that depends. But ultimately, for a video to do well, and so the channel to do well, the video needs to get a lot of views, and preferably a lot of comments. Like, if you've ever seen a YouTube channel where they request that you write a comment just for the sake of writing a comment, that's the reason why, is because it lets YouTube know that people enjoy it. I don't think they make a shadow ban, it's just that if your content is not doing well, then it doesn't get recommended much. Like, if you check some of my guides with not that many views, there's a high chance people missed out on them because they don't have a lot of views. Like, how can I explain that? In the past 2 days, right? My recent money-making guide has gotten 40 views. And my recent Savage rating discussion has gotten 18 views. Meanwhile, something like my some of my guides have gotten 10 views, and there are even some guides that get some videos that get so few views that they're not even in the list that I can see. Like, yeah, exactly. It's not that the algorithm avoids you. The way that it works is that the algorithm uses the first few hours to days of your video's performance, which does include your subscribers and the people that it genuinely feels like it knows would want to watch your video, as a way to measure whether your video is good or not. So if you don't get views in the first like 2 days or so, then YouTube might deem that your video is bad. And then it's not going to recommend the video. And if I make Final Fantasy XIV content, then the YouTube algorithm is going to primarily recommend my videos to people that do that. But obviously I can label a new video as not Final Fantasy XIV. I can just say that it's Monster Hunter. And the algorithm is intelligent enough to realize that it's Monster Hunter. The problem is that it will now sit with a community that the algorithm doesn't know whether my community watches my Final Fantasy XIV content from me or for Final Fantasy XIV. So it'll try to recommend it to my subscribers and the people that generally watch my content. And if they don't want to see that, then it's not going to get very many views. And then it's not going to do very well. I actually have like a list of some things that I wrote down when I was like just starting. How long ago was it that I posted my first Red Mage guide? Where can I see that? So it took like 4 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks for, do you know, if you know my Red Mage primer, one of my first guides, the one on specifically Red Mage level 50, it took 3 or 4 weeks for that video to reach 100 views. Just 100 views. Nowadays, the average guide that I put out gets 100 views at least. Eventually it'll get 100 views. But back then, right at the start, because the algorithm didn't know what I was doing, it didn't know what to do with me. So it didn't suggest me very much. So you're right that the algorithm might choose to dislike you if you make something weird. But at the same time, what really matters is that you make content that people want to watch. So for instance, if you, Pokeshack, and Makoto, and Ralu would watch me stream anything, hypothetically, then that means that I know that I could probably stream anything, because not a lot of people watch my streams. So the YouTube algorithm kind of knows who would watch it, but it has a different idea about my videos. Anyway, that's a really long tangent about YouTube creator stuff, and that's not something you guys have to worry about, that's something I have to worry about, and that's my problem. But I really appreciate that you guys support me. I really do. And it makes it a lot more fun to both make videos and to stream when you know that there are people that appreciate it. But I think I might rerun a poll on what people want to watch again. I think I said I would do that also when I made the original one. And then, if something like I think I might not have the Savage rating option on it this time around, because genuinely I think it's not the most entertaining thing I could show, even if people say they want to see it. I think it's not the best. But I'm glad. And I'm also really glad that you guys specifically asked about tier lists, because I have been like postponing those kinds of ideas because I felt like maybe that would not be something people would want to see. Even if it's something that a lot of people make. What, Ralu? Is it it? What? Oh, okay, okay. All right. Is it like a Twitch meme? I don't know a lot of Twitch memes. I've eventually learned things like Pepe laugh and no elbing and stuff like that. I have not actually heard this as get it before. Oh, okay. That's really funny. I guess I missed that one. I usually think that I'm pretty good at the memes, but sometimes I miss them. But hey, that's funnier than if I had just understood it, right? Pokejack says, in this week's episode of Small, you can mention when you're going to do the post to see if you can get more people to see it. Yes, that is a good idea. Just like how I also posted a schedule of when things are happening this week. I did that because last week Andromeda said Wednesday when I was Savage Raiding that they really appreciated my surprise streams, and I thought that's probably why people aren't here, because they don't even know that I'm here streaming, and that's why there's a schedule now. It's a song by a rapper. Is the song named as Get It? But that's a good idea to like warn people on an actual stream that there's gonna be a poll. Lil Pump is Get It. I'll write it. I'll make sure that I check it. You know, a 6-year-old meme being super old is pretty funny to me. That's great. Maybe that's where all the streamers got the "let's go" from. Probably not, but wouldn't that be funny? Alright, well, you see, I had planned to end the stream an hour ago or so, I think. And then Then I didn't, because it's so nice. What's the best class in PvP? That depends. I believe some jobs counter other jobs. I think that in a vacuum, Dragoon might be one of the best jobs in PvP, just because of all the things that it has access to. But it's not perfect, and it relies heavily on its team to do some things, because as I believe, let me just check its PvP profile. Dragoon does not have any crowd control, really, so it relies on someone else to stop the enemy so that you can get the kill. So the long and the short of it is, I would say Dragoon might be a really strong job. It might be the best one, but the thing is that every job comes with a limitation. For instance, Dragoon has no crowd control. On the other hand, you could say Red Mage, which I played, has incredible burst potential and some decent defenses, but it's kind of a sitting duck in between its bursts, so it has very terrible damage over time. And it's also very, very frail. So the suggestion Margoto comes with, that the best class is the one that you can play optimally, is absolutely correct. I think all of the jobs are viable in PvP, and it depends on playing to the strengths of your job and being able to play around its weaknesses. That applies for most PvP games, yeah. There are cases where a specific character is really, really bad. When there's bad balance. And as Pokeshak says, there are also variants between the different kinds of content. I believe that's also why they adjusted a lot of things. Frontline was completely dominated by white mages and summoners, so they made it so that limit breaks charge slower in Frontline to compensate for that. I have played Black Mage in PvP, but I played it mostly in Frontline, and honestly, mostly in that short time frame where Black Mage was completely busted. Back when they had 2 charges of Paradox, because that was totally fair. Pikachu apparently in Smash Brothers Ultimate, Pikachu is, I believe, considered one of the best characters. It's just that because it's too normal, it's not that great. Like, it doesn't do anything well enough to stand out. But there are some people that are incredibly good with the character. And Fox mains and melee. But yeah, there's a counter to everything. I think, in fact, the simple fact that someone found a way to completely break up the metagame of Smash Bros. Melee with Jigglypuff is an excellent example of the fact that there is no such thing as the best character. It's been a while since I played Ultimate, but I really enjoyed playing Hero. Just because I really like having a really large toolkit. Yeah, Ralu, I've only really played Smash Brothers. I don't really enjoy, like, standard fighting games. And yeah, I got mostly excited about Hero because I played Dragon Quest VIII when I was like younger with my brother. So I of course exclusively play that hero specifically. Well, Pokeshak, that is also like a strategy in the game. Like your opinion can count. That's okay. You don't have to be the big master player to have an opinion on a game. It's just important that you qualify your opinion with your skill level. Seem to be the type to play Tekken. Oh, I did play Tekken 2 and 3 when I was around 7. But I don't really enjoy like those hand-to-hand fighting games that much. I don't enjoy PvP games that much, which is really ironic to say on a PvP stream. Yes, I did play Tekken 2 and 3 when I was like 6 or 7, I believe. Might even have been 5. When did they come out? I mean, it is totally possible. I'm 27. But that's okay, Makoto. And yeah, I completely agree, Pokeshak. I prefer playing PvE. I just enjoy playing with friends instead of against them. Which also meant that for the most part, when I played Smash Bros, I would play against the AI, or I would play with my friends against the AI. But I'm pretty good at playing Smash Bros. I'm just not like pro level. And I can immediately say that I would not be able to stream that at all because I do not have like the ability to connect my Switch to streaming software. I do not have the hardware for that, and it just gets complicated with my setup. All right, Makoto. Maybe we just both realized that Tekken 2 and 3 is really old. You know, Makoto, it's way better to be bad at Smash if you have friends to play with than it is to be really good at Smash if you have friends to play with that are not good at Smash. It's way better to be bad together than to be better than all of your friends and then they don't want to play with you anymore. Tekken requires a lot of math and analysis. Well, I mean, Smash Brothers requires a lot of math. I had an evening where I was playing with my friends from university years ago, where I had invited to like a gaming evening, and we had to like separate into like the really like the super casual players to play a match with items and just a timer and no stocks or anything, and then like they got a really long match out of that and just messing around, and then after that we had 3 really good players, me among them. We would then switch around, each fighting 1v1 against each other with no items, 3 stock, and all that. And eventually people, you know, less and less people want to play, but at the end, I believe it took one of my friends, the second best player in my friend group, an hour of repeated trying to beat me playing hero once. And I don't know if it was that enjoyable. Like, I remember I had fun, but it's not super fun to stomp your friends. That's just not fun. And there was also that one time where I played against my brother, where he was trying really hard to beat me. And I felt so bad because I didn't want to go all out, because that wouldn't be fun. So I totally get it. That's also why I don't enjoy playing PvP games with friends super much. It's way more fun to play together against the game. But let me just say that it would be really fun if we can find a good opportunity to play other games on stream, but I can't promise anything. And specifically Monster Hunter would be pretty fun. I play Gunlands. When was the last time you played Minecraft? Maybe 2 years ago, but I didn't play it that much. The last time I played Minecraft, like for a significant period of time, was before, like, was back in its beta. I got into Monster Hunter and Monster Hunter World. So I got really late to the party. Well, Margot, so does that mean that you're like, are you rage gaming videos in disguise, or what's happening here? Pokejack says you played with all the weapons and made a different one in each game. Well, I did try every single weapon back in World. But when I got to Rise, on Switch, I played Gunlands right out the gate. And when we got to PC, I tried a few weapons because I had heard that like I was really demotivated from playing Gunlands because it wasn't super great in base Rise. And ultimately I came to the conclusion that I enjoyed playing Gunlands, and it not being the best, I still enjoyed it more than playing a weapon that I didn't enjoy just because it was better. And that circles back to the thing that Margoto said before about how the best class in a game is the one you're best at. And you're best at the one that you have the most fun with. Which means that it doesn't matter what the tier list says. The best weapon for you to play is the one that plays the way that you like to play. And I like to play Gunlands. And Ralo says, will you ever make a meme video? I don't know. I have thought about something, but I don't think I'm very good at making memes. I clearly you can see that I'm completely out of touch with the young people. I completely missed out on the aesthetic thing and that, you know? Oh, I love the young people. In Rise, the only weapon that I can't play is the Sword and Shield. I don't know what they did, that I don't feel comfortable with it, and it has exactly the same movements of a... Well, Sword and Shield is a little strange. In Rise, they carried over the perfect rush from World. I think it's a healthy thing that Sword and Shield isn't the starter weapon in Rise, because I feel like Sword and Shield is not an easy weapon. it's deceivingly difficult. I think longsword is a perfect match for a starter weapon because it's relatively simple to start with. It has a lot of depth, but it is really simple to start with, which is an excellent starting weapon. Yeah, exactly, Pokeshack. I had a lot of fun making the thumbnail for this week's small adventures or small guy adventures. Making use of the accidental screenshot where we missed the where we missed the cool shot and got the funny one instead. But who knows, Rallo? Maybe I'll make some meme videos. Maybe I'll make some shorts. Oh no. Let's see if I can be short and specific enough to make a short. If you got the opportunity to revive and fix an MMO you enjoyed, which one would it be and why? I think I would say Wildstar. I played Wildstar right on its release, but it never really took off. And then it just slowly died. I don't know Pirates Online or Fusion Fall. The reason why I'm saying Wildstar is not so much because it's like an age-old MMO that died out ages ago. It's more like I feel like if it got the fixes that it needed, then it might have done better, and if it did better, then it might still be alive today. Let me just have a conversation with my retainers real quick. Did I play... Let's see. Did I play Team Fortress 2? No. I tried Team Fortress 1 a long time ago when I initially got my first personal computer. And I never really tried Team Fortress 2. What was my first MMO? My first MMO was RuneScape. Back when it looked like how it looks in old school RuneScape right now. After that was Adventure Quest. And after that, I believe, was World of Warcraft. Yeah, I believe Team Fortress Classic was a mod to Half-Life 1. I actually also played Dragon Fable, but I played that after World of Warcraft, I believe. And Dragon Fable being another game by the same, in the same universe as Adventure Quest. Mecha Quest. But I've played a lot of MMOs, like a lot of MMOs. But I've usually repeatedly gone back to World of Warcraft. But eventually Final Fantasy XIV was the one that stuck more. Now, it's very late in where I am, so I think it's about time that I slowly, quietly close off the stream and say that it was all for tonight. Remember that Small Kai Adventures is on Sunday this week because I'm out with my family on the Saturday. But otherwise, it's exactly the same as usual, the same time and everything. The video premiere is also going to be when it always is. I hope to see all you guys on Sunday and Saturday for the stream. Although that for the premiere on Saturday and the stream on Sunday. Really awesome that you guys are enjoying and having a great time. That's all I can ask for. And that's all right, Pokeshack. I decided to stay because I was enjoying you guys' conversation. So good night, everybody, or good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I'll see you guys really, really soon. Bye bye.